Okay, now we're live. We'll call this meeting to order at 7:05 p.m. This board has a land acknowledgement and anti-racism statement that we've written and that we support. It is posted on the board's website for those to be able to read. Roll call tonight. We have everyone here except for Keith is not here at the moment. And we have John and Joel joining us from staff. Adoption of the agenda. So I have a couple things. I'd like to amend the agenda. Move to amend the agenda to remove the July 15th minutes from the consent agenda and add to closed session personnel and legal. The July 15th meeting was the finance board budget meeting. It didn't happen. And I just copied the list from of the minutes we had left to do and just kind of overlooked that when I got the agenda posted.
Second.
All those in favor? All right. Do we have a motion to adopt the amended agenda?
Motion to adopt the amended agenda.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? All right. Is there any objections to the consent agenda?
No.
All right. Hearing none, those minutes are approved. Do we have any announcements? We got Brian, Linda, then Josh.
I just wanted to issue some thank yous because it's the last board meeting for, I believe, 3 people. Linda, is it your last board meeting?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I want to start with Andy. I'm so glad you moved into our community, Andy. And thank you for paying attention and learning about the issues that we face here, learning about them so well, and about the issues that are important. And man, I've really appreciated your insight, and your thoughtfulness throughout your time on the board, and look forward to continuing being your neighbor for sure. And Linda, my gosh, man, I can't even begin to explain how much time and effort you've put into this community. And I mean, just such a long history there. And thank you for everything that you've done for this board, Linda. We'll miss that, encyclopedic knowledge, and your insight and sense of history. Oh my gosh, man. It's, you're going to have to call in and remind us of things. Thank you. And last but not least, Joel Dobbins. Man, Joel, with your logical and entertaining discourse throughout multiple vehicles, right, of Sudden Valley community expression, you are one of the main reasons that many of us are sitting here today, and one of the most ethical and eloquent people I have known. It was an honor serving on this board with you. So thanks.
That was super sweet,
Thank
Brian.
you so much.
Thanks, Brian. All right, Linda, then Josh.
I've just got a quick update. So I got my list from Unilect from the people with the votes that they mailed back to them to date. And tomorrow is the next time we register, but we currently have 359 people who are registered and have turned in their votes. We had 55 here and then Unilect has received 304 ballots.
Thanks,
So
Linda.
that's just where we are at. It's usually something we do during the election period and the AGM period.
All right,
Linda,
Josh.
where did they drop those off?
Pardon?
Linda, can you tell us where they dropped those ballots off?
Oh, there's a ballot box right across from the administrative office and right by El Agave there. And you can drop them in that box and I guarantee you they will get counted.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay.
Josh, then Sonia.
Okay, so yeah, I don't have any serious business here, but I got the fun stuff. Trunk or treat is happening this Sunday from 3 to 5 at the Dance Barn. If you want to get some candy, dress up, go check out some trunks, the barn. It's going to be awesome. And the library down there is doing a Halloween treats when you check out tomorrow and on Saturday. You'll just have to check their hours, but yeah, they're doing that. So go out and get some candy, get spooky, have fun.
You're scary.
Sonia?
Yeah, hey, I just want to expand on what Linda was saying too, because the Postal Service is really slow. So if you haven't sent them in yet, go to the office. Don't mail them out because there may be a delay, and then it comes in late and you won't be counted. But please vote. Obviously this board appreciates everybody's confidence and support, but don't, the amendments, the bylaw amendments are really, really important. Those measures matter. So please get out and vote yes on everything, and walk that ballot into the admin office and drop it off, because you want to be counted. And we're meeting in person. The AGM is in person. You can join it by via Zoom, but it's also in person in the barn at 1 o'clock on November 6th. So if you want to actually meet the board up close and in person, or not so up close, but in person, show up and we'll talk to you. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other announcements?
I just typed in that masks are required for the AGM if you come in person.
Yep. good
Also
call.
and in-person voting the Saturday morning, same thing, masks required. I think I made a notice. I think that went up on some information on the website after you mentioned it last time we met, Kim. And we'll have ones available for people if they don't have them.
I was going to say masks are mandatory for trunk or treat, but I think that might get really confusing.
Oh, it could.
Mask under your mask,
Yeah, we have to figure that one out.
or everyone's just going as surgeons. All right, any other announcements? Okay, we'll move on to property owner comments.
Yeah, pretty good group here. Looks like Nancy has her hand raised, so I'll go ahead and bring her on over first. There we go. All right, Nancy, I brought you in. Go ahead and unmute.
I did, and thank you. This is Nancy Alyanak for Sandalwood Circle. And I just wonder what all of you are doing with your ballots, because you are not turning them in. Now, I realize it's tempting to ignore this AGM because there's nothing truly exciting like a controversial board of directors vote going on. But there are important bylaws that really will do a lot, or even a little, which is all we can do, to claw back some control from the turkeys that Community Associations Institute that took away our right to vote on the agenda. Oh, did I do something wrong by saying turkey? Oh, well.
Turkey's fair.
Okay, particularly at Thanksgiving, because we all know what happens to turkeys. Anyway, please vote, and vote yes for those bylaw amendments for everybody who wants a little bit more control as members. Bye.
Woo, thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy.
So we just got a chat property owner comment about the GM search. We are currently doing interviews at the moment right now, and working with our consultant on that. And we are hopeful that we'll be able to have someone in here within the next month or two. There will be some time to finish the interviews with the GM transition committee. They will select the top 3 candidates to bring to the board, and the board will do interviews. And we'll have some meet and greets with our staff as well with those candidates. And so that'll take a little bit of time. And, you know, there's a strong likelihood that, you know, the GMs that are top candidates may have to give notice to their existing positions that they may have, which will be dictated by the current contracts that they have with those organizations. And so that'll have to be factored in as well. Thank you, Nathan, for that comment.
And Linda, is your hand raised for
Yeah,
property owners?
I wanted to ask AJ something real quick. The company that we've hired, the third party, they do the first vetting of the candidates, correct?
Yes, they did the first vetting of the large pool of candidates, and they have given us 6 top candidates out of that pool that we're currently interviewing as the GM transition committee, and then we'll bring the top 3 of those to the board.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I've got Kevin up next here. Kevin, I'll go ahead and bring you on over at this point. And you're welcome to unmute.
Okay. Yeah, so first of all, members of the board, thank you for your volunteerism. For those who are leaving, thank you for your service. I don't know any of you. I've never met any of you. So I can't be as eloquent or heartfelt as Brian, but I do appreciate your service. I always keep in mind your volunteers, so thank you. I sent an email yesterday addressing a concern I had, and I know at least one board member read it because I got a prompt response, so thank you. But the response didn't really address my concern, so I want to express again to be unequivocally clear. So when voting on issues like tonight's transfer fee rescission, I think it's important to have common opportunities after the discussion of the vote. Should follow the vote so that, you know, I don't know how someone can offer an intelligent feedback if you don't know the reason for the vote, you know, the BOD member positions and defense of those positions, the consequences of passing or not passing the vote. I think it's just a matter of, you know, moving the vote to after, you know, making giving the property owners an opportunity to weigh in, provide feedback before you vote. Because right now you can vote, you have the opportunity to comment before you know anything about the vote, and then once after the fact. So I just want to, so what I was requesting was a slight reformatting of the meetings where you have important votes like that. So, and you know, I've praised this board in the past for your transparency and inclusivity. I mean, the bar is pretty low. It's nice to know that decisions are no longer made, you know, on the dark web or back smoke-filled rooms. But you know, if you don't give feedback opportunities to the community, then the claims of transparency and inclusion sort of ring hollow. So I just wanted to say that. And so I appreciate if you know, before you have important votes, if you hear from the members, and so when they weigh in, it's not after the fact. And I don't know anything or much about the transfer fee, except that I paid it a few months ago. And I think that assessment fees should be fair and reasonable, but they also should be earmarked. And I'm not sure I couldn't find anywhere, you know, there's no description of how the transfer fee would be spent, or at least it was very vague, and which is an important difference between tax and a fee, by the way, one of the differences. So if I recall though, I think there was 2 components. One was a fixed component and one was based on the house sale value, and which is a ridiculous basis for a fee because it's not a proxy or an indicator of anything. You know, what the house sells for it's very economically inefficient, let's say, because those who pay or those who contribute most to the problem or benefit the most should pay more, right? So there's no reason. So I read somewhere where it might be applied to roads and bridges. I don't know if that's true. But, it's the same reason why semis pay more road taxes than cars, because they do more damage to the road. How is a house sale, the cost of a house sale, any indication of, say, how much damage you do to the road, or however, however that's going to be spent? So it's not efficient economically. And then, yeah, I just wanted to say that, I guess. And but if you do resend it, because I just paid it, I would ask for a refund, and I'll leave the charge, and I'll be the loudest voice for that refund. So there's ways you could could use it to suppress the increasing dues, maybe, or something like that. But it's got to be applied in a way or refunded that those who just paid it could benefit. So that's all I had to say, really.
All right.
Kevin.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Josh, I see your hand raised. Is that?
Yeah, just a response to Kevin real quick. Kevin, thanks for chiming in again. It's always great to hear from you. I think your ideas are great. I just think we got to baby step some of these things. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people would be open for that type of scenario with the board. So yeah, thank you.
All right, we do have one more hand raised. Summer, I'll go ahead and bring you on over here. And you're welcome to go ahead and unmute and join the conversation.
Thank you, John. I too want to speak, not surprisingly, about the rescission of the buyer transfer fee. This was brought to my attention by a community member just a few days ago. They came and asked me a couple of questions about it. And so I did look up the resolution on that came in the email. And what I want to speak to primarily is that the reason given for this rescission is that it says that the board favors the marketability and transferability of all member-owned lots and homes. And it also says that the fee has the potential to impair the marketability of real property. This, to me, sounds like no research has been done, because this happens to be my area of expertise. And I feel that it is not an exaggeration to say that anyone with access to and the ability to spell things like Zillow or Redfin can see that since 2016, our market has not been impacted negatively by this buyer transfer fee. I also want to say, before I go any further, that I was not in favor of this when it was proposed. I absolutely opposed it. And I too had concerns that it would be damaging to our market. Agents in my office, and for anybody not aware, I am the branch manager of the Sudden Valley RE/MAX. The agents in the office all had those same concerns. We didn't have any say over it happening or not happening, and it happened. And we were surprised because there was not a single blip in our real estate activity. I can very easily pull statistics going back the 6 years since this has started. It brings me up a very lovely graph. I can run it parallel to Bellingham, and Sudden Valley has continued to mimic the Bellingham market almost exactly in parallel. There has been no change. So yes, our average median sales prices are a little bit lower, so forth, but it runs in parallel. No damage was done. In fact, from August 20th to August 21st, or from August 2020 to August 2021, Sudden Valley home sales were a volume of $123,678,044. That is $309,195.11 in fees collected by buyers. what that money goes to is the capital holding reserve. The capital holding reserve, which Kevin had noted he wasn't aware of what the money was for, that is essentially a bit of an emergency fund. So things like, I don't know, we lose a bridge or we haven't planned for a replacement of something that suddenly needs replacement. In the past, that money would come from special assessments, ergo members' pockets. This fund was to offset those sorts of expenses. Those funds are a incoming member buy-in to the longevity and the sustainability of this community. And who has better experience in buyer opinions than real estate agents working in this community? Chris Weitzel, Greg Paul, Sydney Weitzel, Tracy Hinojosa, Carmen Andrew, Amy Bowie, myself, we all represent buyers in Sudden Valley every day. 4 of us in that office have represented over $25 million in sales this year and 110 property transfers in this community. We know this market, and we can tell you, buyers, they buy here. That fee, most of them don't even bat an eyelash. There has been anecdotal commentary on Facebook of, I was really pissed when I found out about the fee. Well, guess what? Buyers are also pissed when they see how much an appraisal costs. Buyers are also pissed when they find out how much an inspection costs. But at the end of the day, even those comments of, I was pissed about the fee, they live here, they bought. It's not a detriment to our market. And I also want to add that it is not uncommon. Issaquah Highlands has a buyer, actually, it is a seller transfer fee. They penalize their members for the sale of their home. And the amount, 0.25% of the purchase price. And their seller transfer fee, I apologize, goes towards green living, technology. It goes towards leadership development. It goes towards community activities. And when they have enough money, they plan to give away scholarships to their community members. We're not even trying to create all of these wonderful, lovely green living technology initiatives or anything of the sort. We are preventing our members from having future liabilities in the form of exorbitant special assessments, which once this fee is done away with and those funds are depleted, that is exactly what will happen. And I will say this in closing, this is contrary to everything I have heard this board stand for. I have heard time and time again that this board is here to save the membership money, to keep the dues reasonable, to keep the spending at a minimum. You are taking away a safety net. Not only are you taking away a safety net, you are taking one away that has not proven in the past 5 years, it has not proven once to be detrimental to our market at all. And all it is proving, if and when you vote yes to rescind this, is that you are not serving this community because you are not researching, you are not looking at the data, you are working primarily on your gut instincts and what you think should happen with nothing to back it up, and you're screwing over future members. That's all.
Okay, I think I've had quite enough of that. Thank you very much. You do need to remain civil and polite, and we don't point fingers or make accusations. Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you, Summer. I'll go ahead and move you back to the attendees at this point. Okay, we do have a couple of fresh hands. We've got Anne here. I'll go ahead and bring her on over. And go ahead and unmute and join the meeting, please.
Hi, everybody.
And
I just want to say, I think anybody in this community is aware that you don't need to be an expert in real estate to understand that the market in the past 6 years would not be impacted by the fee because housing is in such demand on the entire West Coast, and Bellingham is one of the hot markets. So that argument doesn't make any sense. And I think it's unfair for a community member to tell the board what they have or have not researched, because I'm sure she does not know. And I'm sure you have researched, and I'm sure you've asked for attorneys' opinions, and I'm sure you're doing everything you need to do for the good of this community. And I don't see any reason why a person in this community who benefits greatly from the turnover, which impacts the transfer fees, can tell you otherwise. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Anne. And we'll get you returned back here to the attendees. And we have Nathan again. I'll go ahead and bring you on over here. And I'm sorry, got mixed up. Nathan, go ahead.
Kevin was the first one.
Kevin was the first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, make sure you let everybody have one opportunity before you circle back around if it's a second time. Thank you.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Okay, yeah. So I don't think Summer was out of line with what she was just saying at all. And to add to that, what research was done?
Excuse me, just a moment, actually. I interrupted her because that was out of line. And I'm going to ask that if you speak, you also remain polite and civil and do not throw accusations. I will not tolerate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm asking a question. I am not throwing out any accusations. I said
No,
what
no,
Summer.
no. What I said was because you came on and said that Summer wasn't out of line. I interrupted her when things got heated, and we need to keep this civil and the tone down. So I was just letting you know that that is why, and that will be across the board to everyone. So I'm sorry if I misunderstood what you were saying.
Hey, a little, what would you say? Little eye bleach. Nathan, your photo looks really nice on here, dude.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Anyway, all I was saying is I don't think that Summer was out of line. That's just my opinion, and I'm not throwing out any accusations. But I do want to know what research was done. To her point, what would if you guys can expand on what research was done on this fee? Everything that she had pointed out is 100% accurate. There is going to be a loss in revenue that's coming from this fee. There's going to be people wanting refunds at this point. Somebody had already mentioned that they want a refund. Where are we at on the research? That's all.
We have collaborated with our legal counsel and our accounting manager in the research on this.
All right, I'll go ahead and return you to the attendees as well, Nathan. Thank you very much. We do have Rob. Rob, I'll go ahead and bring you over at this point. And you're welcome to unmute as well.
Good evening, everyone. How are you doing this evening?
Good. How's it going, Rob?
Going good. Going good. Hey, I just wanted to circle back on something I brought up in the past. I noticed on the launch ramp dock that that Darren's guys had painted a yellow stripe on the end of it, being a tripping hazard. I really appreciate them doing that, but they hadn't completed the ADA access to the dock. We still don't have the ability to roll up on top of that. Do you know what the plan is to remedy that situation?
We can find out and let you know, Rob.
I'd really appreciate that. Yeah. Because I won't be able to get up on there to launch my boat. And a lot of times what we've noticed with the down at the marinas, we'll wait until next year for better weather, and that's great. But often when as things start ramping up in the spring, it gets kind of lost in the shuffle. So if you guys could let us know if that's on the on a project plate somewhere. And then also, would you please look into the automated door switching? It's ADA access going into the clubhouse.
Oh yeah.
That switch hasn't been working, and tonight we met some friends for dinner, and it's just kind of a hassle. We're getting dripped on a little bit there, waiting to get the door open. Appreciate you
Rob,
looking.
I can actually answer to that. We have an appointment to have that fixed tomorrow morning.
Oh man, I should have had dinner tomorrow night then. So
Just go
thanks.
again, Rob.
Say what? Say what, buddy?
Just go again. It's
Yeah,
okay.
that's right. Yeah,
Over.
I'll have something else. That'll be good. And then just an anecdotal thing, when we bought in 2017, when they were writing up the offer, there was notation in there about the transfer fee. We fell in love with the community so much in the home that we moved into that it was just kind of a no big deal for us. So it's just kind of a anecdotal thing, anecdotal data that I'd share with you guys on that one. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rob.
And could somebody get back to me on on what point we're gonna fix that dock up so I can roll up onto it?
Rob, I think that is great. I was going to thank you for bringing that up because I had heard of one other person that was having difficulty just recently. I really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks, Steffi. And by the way, I realized I owe you guys some information back too. I was going to send you the Squalicum Harbors and Blaine's policies about overhanging fees for boats that are overhanging their slips.
Oh yeah, why'd you remind us? No.
I owe you that. And when I
Okay.
when I looked into that, also they also only allow so much overhang too. Like you couldn't put a 30-foot boat into a 20-foot slip, for example. So that may be something that rec folks might want to take a look into, and we can help with that if you guys want some advice. Thank you.
Good, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
We'll have to maybe contact the people who helped us permit and construct that launch dock to see why that wasn't addressed at that time.
Sounds good. Thank you, AJ.
All right. Have a good night, Rob. I'll go ahead and move you back to the attendees here. All right. That looks like it for the time being. Whoops, we got one more. Leslie's here. I'll go ahead and bring her on over. And Leslie, you can go ahead and unmute and join us in the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Back in, it was the meeting on May 12th, 2017 that this original policy was created. And the rationale for doing that was to give us a cushion in case of extraordinary expenses or emergencies. I mean, we could see coming down the road, replacement of bridges and so on and so forth. And the funds to do that were put into this capital reserve holding account. And I think there's over $1 million in it right now. My question is, if this money is just put into the general SURF fund, how does the board plan on handling emergency expenses in the future?
Well, for starters, the policy, I'm pretty sure, was approved in 2016. And for second, it doesn't use the word emergency at all. It actually uses the word revitalization of infrastructure, significant infrastructure, which to me does not connotate emergencies. It appears to be a fund that was created to fund revitalization that failed in 2017 at the July SGM. So,
well, it wasn't used for that. And if your concern is that portion of the policy, it may be appropriate just to change the wording on it to say that this is to be used for emergencies.
I'd like to step into Leslie as the new treasurer and just say that having gone through the budgeting process, we did a couple of things. We looked at previous expenses and we also built in emergency funds for like snow removal. And we're also taking into consideration the planning from the reserve study and looking at all those projects. And so a combination of looking at projects to be done on reserve studies, also budgeting and planning for emergencies, which we know what type of emergencies generally happen around here, falling trees and snow, and budgeting appropriately of those items, looking at previous expenses and building that into the future. We felt very good about the fact that we can take that or rescind that policy and work on proper planning and budgeting. That's how we plan to address emergencies. Thank you for your.
Okay, I still have the same question. I mean, I know that coming up down the road, there is at least one bridge that is going to need to be replaced up on Gate 9. I can't give you the exact details by now, but I'm sure you'll find it in the evaluations of the drainage ditches and the culverts and things like that. And
So thank you, Leslie, because we understand what you're saying, and we're all really familiar with the policy. And when it was actually enacted, I was actually at that meeting, and also the second meeting where Summer was in attendance and helped assist rework the policy. So most of us are pretty familiar with it. And as AJ said, we've been working with the attorney and also our county manager. So we're going to discuss that. It's on the agenda. I know that you see that and understand that, but we hear what you're saying, and we'll address it during the agenda time.
Well, I still do have the same question. I mean, if you
Wait,
do.
Leslie, I guess what Sonia is trying to politely say is we can't answer every single question right now in the beginning of this board meeting. We will go into discussion with it. We're going to have to go ahead and let someone else have a turn and let the next
sorry, I didn't realize
section go.
that I had a time limit anymore.
Leslie, I just feel it's inappropriate to spend this time answering every single project funding question for you. It's just not appropriate.
One question. I just have one question.
So how about we answer your question when we come back at the agenda time? We'll address your question then. Okay.
And that is
Thank
how you're going to deal with $1 million emergencies in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Leslie. I'll go ahead and return you to the attendees now.
You know, I just want to jump in there. I just want to explain to people that don't understand Robert's rules and everything. We can't take action during owner comment. There's a reason of why we're saying that it's pointless. We can debate this all day long. The board is not able to take action. It's not an agenda item. So if we're going to discuss any of these points, it's, you know, the members can speak, but if we're going to circle back around and address it, it has to happen as it's scheduled on the agenda, because we're not able to take any action during this period. So if you think that, you know, that we're just not allowing people to say something, we hear, and I'm aware of where Leslie stands. I just want to explain why I'm saying that we have to wait until we're actually discussing that topic to do anything and actually address it.
Thank you, Sonia, for explaining that. And actually, these people are, the people arguing are quite familiar with Robert's rules. Thanks for keeping us in line.
All right, we do have a couple more hands raised. We'll continue on here. I've got Karen. I'll bring Karen on over at this point. Go ahead and unmute and add your comments.
Hi, I just wanted to kind of add on to what Leslie was saying, even though this wasn't planned, but Kim, and your comment in the chat just now, you were talking about addressing it through planning and adhering to reserve studies. And my concern, I believe this is what Leslie was saying as well, are those items that are not in the reserve study. The example I would use was the landslide in Gate 28. So the examples that you used of emergencies or operations emergencies, such as snow and hazard tree falling, which I'm glad that there was proper planning put into that. But what my biggest concern about is something like another landslide or a flood that I believe happened decades ago that washed out a bunch of things like that, that aren't in the reserve study that we can't anticipate. And that was the safety net that I really appreciated that was provided by this transfer fee. Thanks.
Thanks, Karen.
Thanks, Karen. Okay, and I've moved Karen back to the attendees. I have one person here. I don't have a name on this raised hand, but 13607. If you could give your name and
Chris Weitzel.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Chris. You can unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I want to say thank you for volunteering for what has been and will be a somewhat thankless job. I've seen many boards come and go, and they all put their best foot forward and do the things that they can with the knowledge that they have. I think that there are some things that I'm hearing two different stories also. And AJ, I do recall the terminology that you used, and it was my understanding that if the money was to be set aside for, let's say, the marina, the tennis courts, the barns, the golf course needed money, whatever. That's why I thought it was set aside. I thought that's the way we were telling people about it, was that, you know, let's take care of the things that are falling down, because you weren't here to pay for them in the beginning, but you can help us maintain them. So just to be clear, that's, I think, I concur with what AJ said. The next thing is damage that may happen. 1985, I think it was, there was a flood. It wasn't a small flood. It knocked out, I think, 2 bridges and a road, totally isolated the people in Gate 5 for several days. The golf course was literally underwater. Old growth trees were all over the golf course. It was today it would be a multi-million-dollar situation, and all those creeks are still here. So we do have the potential of having a massive, major problem financially in the future. And we do have, right now, we do have the funds going into an account that you guys can use, how you determine it's how you want to. But I do believe that let me back up. I was totally against this to begin with. I even stood up at least one board meeting and said I didn't want it, because frankly, I've seen enough boards to know that they are good intention. There's a good intention there, but it doesn't always turn out to be the way you thought it was going to be in the first place. And one of the numbers that was thrown around by board members was that the fee might be 1 to 2%. And that concerned me. Now, obviously, the 1/4% doesn't bother me. I bought and sold things and didn't slow me down at all. And none of my clients, sellers or buyers or whatever, have made an issue out of it. It's not a negative. It's also a legal process that you have the right to do with your attorney's approval. And Whatcom County does it. Skagit County does it. Every county in the state of Washington does it. When you go into a community that has a sewer system, and then this new person comes in and wants to use a sewer system, and guess what? They pay a substantial latecomers fee to take care of that stuff, the utilities that were put in by other people. That also applies to Whatcom County Water District 10. If a person did not build previously, there's a latecomers fee for them to use our sewer system. So to say that it's illegal, and I mean, it may be personally offensive, but as far as legality, I don't see where it's not legal. I think that it has provided us with substantial benefits. 2016, about $40,000. Recently, in the past year to, like Summer said, about $300,000 in 1 year. That's a substantial amount of money, and you need to, I think, be accountable to the members, many of whom have paid that to keep this thing going. So I would appreciate it if you consider some of these other things. And to say that this market is hot on the West Coast and has been since 2016 is because of Whatcom County, because of the Bellingham Realtors. Sudden Valley did get no recovery whatsoever from the financial collapse until late, very late in 2017. And it was nothing compared to what Bellingham had already seen, and all their house prices go up. When their house prices went up to 600, ours was still down around 300 or 400. So it is something that will change. You will not have this historical market indefinitely. You may have a historical downturn in the future. Right now, the only reason the market's moving is interest rates and all the rioting and stuff that got people dissatisfied with living in cities and not feeling safe. Well, okay, I benefit from that. My daughter just moved out of Seattle because of the situation down there. Fortunately, she's working with me now. But there's other things that I'm not sure you've considered. So please, just if you don't mind, give me a call, email, text, whatever, and we can, I can point some of these things out. But I just don't think you're seeing the long-term picture, because you don't have, well, I shouldn't say don't. I think that if you'd been here as long as I have, you would appreciate having extra money in the bank, because for the vast majority of the time, probably at least 80% of the time, that wasn't the case in over 40, 45 years. Thank you very much. And again, I do appreciate you're stepping up, representing the community. But I think you should listen to the community. There was lots of discussion when we did this the last time, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't an agenda item, then boom, it was done. There was board meetings and all the rest of it. So give the members an opportunity to, because it's their, right now, it's their money. And to cut it off and not let them use it, I think it's going to potentially backfire. So, and I'd hate to see that. I don't like, I mean, we can agree to disagree and all of that and be friends, but certain things do get people's attention to the point where they do things that are irrational and potentially emotionally driven. And for Facebook and all the slandering that was going on, 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, was disgusting. I was not proud to be part of this community for a period of time. But thank you very much. I leave it at that.
I'd just like to say we are certainly considering every angle of this. Like, we are certainly considering the long-term, the long-term picture of a decision like this. We're not just making any decision that gets made tonight on a whim. And as far as the latecomers agreement goes, it's not really even remotely close to the same thing. A latecomers agreement is a developer who comes in and builds basically what equates to city infrastructure for the city, and they put a latecomers agreement, which actually only lasts for 10 years typically, is when they can recoup fees. And then if someone hooks up to their system, those people have to pay to hook up to that system so the developer can recoup the funds that they spent to build the system out in its entirety. And, this fee is not, it's not that. It's not, the fee is there. These facilities and these amenities have been here for far longer than 10 years, and they're not, it's not like, you're basically asking new people to come in and foot the bill for everything from the past. So.
Got several raised hands at this point. Steffi's asked to raise her hand, I believe. Why don't you go ahead and jump in here, Steffi?
Oh, thank you. So Chris Weitzel, you had said legal, you brought up the legality. You said you thought that there was nothing with that. I was just wondering who indicated it was illegal.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, and Chris, I see you got your hand raised. No problem.
Yeah, this is new for me. No, there was comments made to me that someone associated with the process said that they felt that it was illegal. I don't think it's illegal. The terminology may be different, and AJ's right as far as the 10 years, but the water district does it after 25 years. So it can go on for quite a while. And the choice that you make to use the money is again, just like you put it in as a fee, you can decide what you want to use it for if you have it.
Okay, thank you. I think you answered my question. I'm going to go ahead and defer to experts for definitions though, but I appreciate you. Thank you.
Chris, did you have anything more to add?
Not at this, not when I'm going to be cut off.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and return you to the attendees then. All right. I think that's everybody at this point. We do have another session at the end. Oh. Yeah, I don't see no further hands raised at this time.
All right, we will keep moving on. Do we have a motion to move into closed session?
Motion to move into closed session.
Second.
Okay.
All those in favor? All right, see you over there.
That was a good second, Andy. Good job.
Got everyone back yet? Missing Brian and Stephanie.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're quiet. Are you whispering?
Hey, Brent.
Hey.
How are you?
Oh, fantastic.
That's awesome. Hey,
Just
I've got
been-
some stuff to send you. I'm so sorry I haven't gotten it to you yet, but it'll be headed your way tomorrow.
Oh, we've got till after the AGM, so that's fine.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
All right, are we all back?
Steffi isn't back yet.
We should have made little like awards for all of the board directors that aren't going to be here after tonight. I'm sorry, I didn't think about that.
I think having that long closed session is enough of a reward.
Well, they don't know what we were doing in there.
We should make little awards for everybody who stuck around for that 8 hours or whatever.
There's
it was.
still a lot of people
Yeah.
out there. There's still a lot of participants, waiting attendees.
Let's just give
All right.
everybody a trophy tonight. Everybody who's here. It's a trophy.
Well, let's get moving here. Do I have a motion to move back into open session?
I make a motion to move back into open session at
Second.
10:29.
Second now.
All those in favor? All right, that passes. So the board is going to take one action as a result of closed session. I move that the Board of Directors approve the collective bargaining agreement between Sudden Valley Community Association and the local Teamsters 231 union.
Second.
All right. Any discussion?
No, just really happy to have it done. And
All right.
congratulations to the employees if this passes.
Yeah.
All those in favor then? All right, that passes unanimously. All right, moving on to the treasurer's report and Joel with the financials.
Yeah, I'll share my screen here. Okay, I take it everyone can see the white page with numbers, the balance sheet.
Can you make it a little bigger?
Yeah. How's that?
That's great.
Better.
Oh, too much. There. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so just starting out, this is just going to be a replay of the Finance Committee last week. I'll try to give you a more summarized version since it's so late. But with in terms of the balance sheet, the one highlight that I talked about last month too, but I'll just bring it up again. So the big change that will happen next month on next month's financial statements, September's, is this PPP loan liability of $357,700 will go away since this has been formally forgiven by the SBA. And then if you're wondering, okay, well, I mean, obviously when it goes away, then where does it go? Then it'll show up on the income statement. It'll be basically it's going to be a revenue line item called debt forgiveness. It's like debt extinguishment, as it'll be called one of those two. For that same amount, $357,700 will show up on the income statement in September, which what that does is that will increase this bottom line by that amount. So now that we're on the income statement, again, about this. Okay, so our collection rate in August here, collection rate year to date, 95.2%. July was year to date, it was 94.5%, so it's gone up in October. And I've already calculated the collection rate for September. Month to date for September was 99.2%, which then raises this from 95.2 to 95.6%. So that's good. So we're running above budgeted collection rate. And at this point in the year, we tend to make up ground for collections. So like, for example, to put this in context, last year at the end of August 2020, we were year to date, we were tracking 94.5% collection. And then we still finish out the year of 2020 at 95.5% collection. So we're already higher than we were last year at this time. So we're doing well for collections rate in terms of sticking on the budget and being over a budget, which is good. Okay, then moving on in terms of we'll just go right down to the year-to-date net income, operating net income, $403,664. Last year at this time, we were at $207,657. Of course, last year we also forgave dues for a month, so that also becomes a factor. But we're ahead of budget by $211,290. Last year we were just ahead of budget by about $4,560. And of course, obviously a factor that would be waiving dues last year. In terms of, like, for example, I mentioned the expense to revenue ratio, which is just what that is going to be, is just literally it's going to be your expenses divided by your revenues. And a lower number is always, or excuse me, let's see, you're back in July. Okay, that's good, yeah. So the expense revenue ratio is 86.3% in August. July was 85.8%. Last year it was, in this case, you want a lower number is always better than a higher number with expense to revenue ratio. So in August of 2020, it was 91.4%. So we're tracking better expense to revenue ratio wise in terms of where we were last year. And that's because of this good net income number coming in. So the better the net income, the more we're above budget, the lower that expense to revenue ratio will be, which is what you want to see. Now, just going to the reserve cash balance page. This is a handy page that just summarizes really well our cash position. So basically, these will always tie to the balance sheet. 12/31/2020 beginning numbers. It's like reserve 1.688 million. If I went back to the balance sheet, I would expect to see that number right here in 2020. Now the number in August of 2021, 2.327 million, then I would expect to see that here, which I do for net available cash at 8/31/2021. So these numbers will always tie back to the balance sheet. And it's just a function of the dues coming in. Expenditures, now these expenditures, I mean, they're basically, for the most part, going to be all your capital expenditures on equipment and stuff like that, whatever the board has approved. And then the obligated expenses is a big line items. So basically, this is everything that the board has approved through August at this point. So this just encompasses whatever the board has approved versus what has been spent, and what is still budget to be spent is just automatically earmarked as dragging down cash on purpose. So, and then you have board recommended carryover balance, 600,000, gives you what we're projecting at 12/31. Then of course we have the anticipated dues coming in at the collection rate for the rest of the year. Then this is what we're forecasting it would be at the end of 12/31, at the end of this year, December 31. And all these balances for your major accounts, like surf, roads, mailboxes, cap reserve holding, emergency ops, they're all up. UDR is tracking pretty, fairly similar. The thing with UDR is now we have some approved projects. So the board has approved projects to come out of UDR. Well, projects meaning expenditures such as excess for emergency tree removal. The GM search as well is going a line item to be charged to UDR for that. So that's where this number is largely being made up right here, 103,850. Now the next two pages, so we have, this page is the current month, August. Basically what you're looking at is, it's the same. Let me just go to, so there's that 38,123 of net income. This is only for the month of August. If I went back to the income statement, there's that same number, but the difference is this statement breaks it down on a departmental level for the different departments in terms of what makes up that net income. Now, since we're so deep into the year for August, we might as well just go to the next page, which is the same thing that you're looking at, but now it's for the entire year, January through August. So at this point, that's where the year-to-date becomes the most useful page to look at. And as you see here, I mentioned before that net income, 403,664 for the departments. And if I went back to the income statement, there's that number right here. The income statement shows it in basically major groupings, revenue and expenses, grouping type categories, versus this page is breaking it down, showing you what department's responsible for that whole net income basically coming in, and what department is above budget or below budget. And so, like I'll mention golf here, since this is our biggest revenue producing department out of any of them. So for golf, you see they had $919,088 of revenue year to date through August 31. Last year at this time through August 2020, they had $705,472. So they're up revenue wise by, about $214,000, rounding up. Expenditure wise, which is what I'm looking at for, is here's the salary and benefits, medical benefit expenditures. All the other expenditures right here, those two numbers added up, that comes up to $633,292 in expenses. Last year, January through August 2020, they had $544,472. So their expenditures are up $88,820. But keep in mind, back in 2020, they were closed during the pandemic for over a month as well, which would also give you, that's why you would see greater expenses this year than last year, and same thing with revenues. But in terms of their net income for the year through August, as you see, they had $258,796. Last year, they had $161,000. So they're up by close to $125,000 net income wise. They're better than budget by $170,000. Last year, they were better than budget by about $63,000. And I mentioned this in the finance committee, but in terms of this revenue right here, I believe for the first time now, this is, so at the end of September, golf surpassed $1 million in revenue. So they turned in about $1,041,000 in revenue year to date through September, which is a great thing to see for golf. But I would say those are pretty much the big kind of highlights for the financial statements. If anyone had any questions about these. So I guess no questions on these. Oh, So this is,
No
this,
question.
not only does golf have a first, but now I have a first for presenting financial statements and having no questions. And even with Linda present, so that's.
I can ask one, but I want to go look at something first before I ask. I'll maybe have to just send an email.
Well, don't ask, you'll ruin the night for the.
Okay, I'm not going to ask.
We're done with financials then?
Yeah.
Thanks,
Okay.
Joel.
Yeah.
Sorry. So moving on to new business then. So typically the outgoing board will schedule the last board meetings for the incoming board so that they're able to be posted and everything. Typically we just do one meeting in November, one meeting in December. And so I would suggest that we have a meeting the second Thursday of both November and December and skip the fourth Thursday, as that falls right around both holidays for everybody in both those months. Does anyone have any objections to that?
What
Sonia?
about orientation? I mean, or not orientation, organizational meeting after the AGM.
Yeah, we already talked about that at the last
Oh,
board
oh,
meeting.
sorry, I missed it.
So yeah, that'll be, we'll just post agendas like Linda and the NNE committee will just say like following the AGM, and then we'll just say the same thing basically, I think is how that gets phrased basically. You know, because
Sorry.
we don't necessarily have an exact time when the AGM is going to end. So we usually just, you know, I believe if we go back and look at last year's, that's how it was done. Well, I'm not 100% sure about NNE, I guess, but I think the board says that it doesn't specify a specific time.
I thought you put it off for a day last year. Maybe I'm dreaming.
Well, actually, I think we did have to do that because it didn't get posted in time. So, does anyone have any objections to second Thursday in November, second Thursday in December?
Sounds great.
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
wondering, since we don't have a finance committee meeting, I was just thinking of the financial statement timing. Could we move it to the third Thursday of those 2 months?
I think I don't know what that is as far as proximity to the holidays. Start to get into that time frame. We could be, you know, we could always just do like 2 months of financials in December, you know, and then catch back up in the new year or something, you know, something like that, you know, and we are gonna, you know, we do one thing we forgot about the last finance committee meeting, which we'll address in 2 agenda items, is that we would need the finance committee to review the audit as well. So, you know, when we get that done and ready to present, we'll have to, you know, bring them in on that.
Right.
You might be able to, if you just want to do it in November, is possibly have a joint board and finance one and just have the auditor make the presentation to everybody.
Yeah, I think that's something we were considering, just
Think
to
about it.
simplify and reduce meetings through the time. Yeah, I think we can kind of just adjust, Joel, on that, but I vote we stick with the second Thursday just to be kind of consistent with our usual schedule. If we don't do financial presentation in November, we'll just move it to December, basically.
Okay.
You could still post the financials, right? So people can
Oh,
look,
sure, yeah, right.
post them.
Yeah.
We'll have the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, hearing no objections, we'll just consider that the schedule, and then the next board will schedule the January through the AGM for next year. Okay, the next agenda item is the resolution to continue the GM transition committee. So the language in it had said that it would, the charter will, the original language in the resolution said that it would, the charter would expire either when a GM contract is approved by the board or at the AGM, whichever is sooner. We're obviously not getting a GM contract approved for the AGM at this point, so it's going to expire. We'll just continue that GM transition committee so we can finish that task for the board. So I'll make a motion to approve the resolution to continue the general manager transition committee with one amendment to the charter, changing the adopted date to October 28th, 2021, because I did not in the agenda.
Second.
Anybody have any discussion or questions on that? All right, we'll call the question then. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. So the next one is just continuing the current finance committee through the end of 2021 so that they can participate in the audit presentation. So just make a motion to continue the existing finance committee and its members through the end of 2021.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? All right, call the question. All those in favor? All right, that passes unanimously. All right, so moving on to the resolution to rescind policy number 2016-1, the capital reserve holding account buyer transfer fee. I will make a motion that the board of directors approve the resolution to rescind policy number 2016-1 for the capital reserve holding account buyer transfer fee.
Second.
All right, do we have any discussion on that? Sonia?
Yeah, I just wanted to, number one, address Leslie's question during owner comment, because she brings up well, several people, based on information coming from Leslie, was that this was set up as an emergency, some type of emergency reserve account. It wasn't. It was definitely, the policy actually reads that it's, the funds will be transferred to either SURF or roads to augment the funding of significant infrastructure revitalization projects as determined by the board of directors. I just wanted to clarify that. And I also want to clarify as far as as Joel just, Heverling just indicated on our budget, we have a strong UDR fund, we've got emergency ops, and our reserves are strong and healthy, better than they've been the entire time in the last decade that I've lived in Sudden Valley. The concern the concern that's being expressed as if there's going to be some horrible catastrophic catastrophe and that it's going to devastate us all over the transfer fee is interesting to me, considering that the people saying that, Leslie, was on the board last year, and they waived dues that total over $400,000 for the month of April. So that's half of what the transfer fee is. So if that was a big concern, why did that happen? I'm just a little shocked at what's being said. You don't handle catastrophic disasters by thinking that you're going to cover it with a $1 million reserve account. They're not structured that way anyway. Reserves are for major repair and maintenance. It's part of our planning process and a part of our budgeting process. If there was truly a catastrophic disaster, like Chris also referenced, which was in the 80s, and Linda can kind of talk about that, where it washed out the golf course and bridges, et cetera, we're going to be forced to take out a loan. That's just a reality of a situation like that. You're talking mega bucks for that. We're not going to go to our reserve accounts for that. That's the reality of it. You may on some initial expenditures, but to actually cover a rebuild and a repair of a situation like that, you're going to have to take out a loan. And so all of the fear mongering, I'm not quite sure why that's occurring, or his transfer fee. It's pretty evident that it was inappropriate to have implemented it in the first place. My opinion is it should be stopped.
Yeah, and just to further clarify people's points and what research has been done, we've fully vetted, this decision through our legal counsel with Joel, our accounting manager. This isn't some short-sighted decision that we're just making on a whim. This is, we believe we're doing 100% the right thing here. Sam, then Joel.
Yeah, after looking at it, it's a grossly unfair way to raise revenue. It's punishing for some folks, and we all get the same services. We're all in this equal. We're all in this together, and we all do get the same services. But if somebody was to buy a foreclosure, they pay a certain rate. If somebody buys a property that is $1.5 million, I mean, there's probably some properties out here that now are worth that, and it's just a grossly fair rate. It just doesn't make sense. It's like I see how that happens in other places in cities. There's reasons for that, but out here we all get the same services. So I just think it's a grossly unfair fee.
Joel?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to, I think it was Summer who said that this runs counter to everything that this board has stated they believe in. It's taking money from members with a potential special assessment, but the people who put this in place took money from every member here. That's kind of the point of this whole discussion, is this fee was taking money from people as they were just entering the community, and not $20, $30 a month in the form of a special assessment, but as they were paying a ton in down payment and every other fee. This was just another thing from hundreds to thousands of dollars that people had to pay. And for me, it was like, I feel like we squeaked by getting a house, and we saved up for years, and we got down to like the last, whatever it was, $5,000 in our account. And then this fee jumped on top of that. And that's a really big deal when you're moving into a house that doesn't have a washer and dryer, doesn't have furniture. And all of a sudden it's like, welcome to the community. Please pay a ton of money for whatever. I think that original justification was saying to participate or something in the improvement of the community. I read it a while back, but yeah, you participate in the improvement of the community by paying dues every month. That's what we all agreed to. So it's not taking money away from anyone to wait until we need a special assessment to have one. It's taking money away from people to take money away from people when there isn't a need for it at the time. and then they might move away and never even see that money put to use in their time.
Josh?
Yeah, so I don't think you have to be an accountant or a realtor to understand that emergency funding shouldn't be left to chance. And I think that's exactly what happens with this and the arguments that are happening right now. It just doesn't make any sense. That's all I have to say to it.
I'd like to kind of piggyback a little bit on what Joel said and point out the fact that this fee, like sales tax, is a regressive tax. It detrimentally impacts the people who can least afford that first home purchase more than the person who can buy that $1 million mansion on the lake. You know, those people are in a much better position, even though the fee would be more for them to be able to afford that. And those first-time home buyers who are just trying to get that first home, like Joel said, this fee impacts them and their budget in, you know, in most cases, significantly more. You know, it's not always the case, but to an extent, I believe that is true. And I also believe it was inappropriate to do. And it wasn't put in place for emergency purposes. It was put in place for revitalization. The policy is quite clear on that. It doesn't use the word emergency anywhere in it. You know, you could make the claim that all of our reserve accounts are for emergencies, as they're basically savings accounts for projects. But like it, you know, it's just, that's not what it was for. So, Kim?
I want to also just agree with the committee that I understand there's a fee of $125 that was charged, and there was an additional 1/4%. And I think the $125 administrative fee is fair. It's a flat fee, everybody pays the same. But also in financial classes that I've taken, it's always been emphasized that you financially prepare for emergencies, and you plan and you build for those. And our reserve study looks at our assets. It tells us how old they are. It tells us when they need to be replaced. And in the budgeting process this year, we worked through the reserve studies to create a spending plan, a capital improvement plan based on what experts told us. So this decision has not been taken lightly. It's been weighed out with expert opinions that we've evaluated and weighed into our decisions. And I believe that creating an atmosphere of fear by saying we won't have any money in case an emergency comes, let's put this money away for that, it's not proper financial planning. And we need to stick to financial planning principles of forecasting, projecting, and listening to the experts from our reserve study.
Sonia?
Yeah, I kind of want to expand on what you were saying about it being regressive. It was, and it does. It punishes new homeowners for the years of bad budgeting and bad management. That was basically put in place to, like, okay, this is your buy-in. Those were the words. That's actually on audio. I also was at those meetings. I know how it was presented repeatedly. And it happened twice. It didn't just happen once. That transfer fee was updated a year later, and those same conversations occurred. It's the investment, a new owner's investment. Well, if it had been budgeted and properly managed in the first place, you wouldn't have felt the need. But where we were on those dates when that was implemented is, I think we were set for our reserve. Our SURF was going to end the year at a negative $37,000. We're not looking at those numbers now. And this board has put a plan and a budget together that there is no reason to anticipate a special assessment, at least in the next 5 years, for sure. And then this next year, we'll be able to project even further out once we get that level 1 reserve study in and the new roads plan together. And we'll be able to really positively forecast and project that. But the problem was it has been a consistent thing where this community has and boards have allowed special assessments. That's one of the reasons I keep pushing everybody, vote yes on all these bylaw amendments, because those bylaw amendments are meant to protect the membership from mismanagement. It's important to get your ballots in and vote yes. One of them being the way special assessments were allowed to be used over the last several years. Our special assessments are not supposed to be used for operational expenses or any other association expense that the board or a member decides. Like, I want a snow blower or something like that, just because I got a petition and my neighbors agreed with me. That is so irresponsible, but yet that's what we allowed to happen. The previous board allowed a manager to actually just he budgeted $0 for recreation, $0. Then a member petition comes in to fund the operations of our recreation program. Depending on who the board is next year, that board can just decide, well, screw it, because it's not part of our operational expenses. And then all of those employees lose their job and all of those programs shut down. It's not how you run a business. And this has been a consistent pattern. It's financially irresponsible the way this is happening. And then to constantly put this burden on new owners because of this irresponsibility and this, the very people talk about kicking the can down the road, they're the ones. The ones that are talking the loudest were our former board directors and their supporters for the last decade. Those are the people that made these decisions. This board has consistently taken right action from the day that they were elected until today. And it's all been for the best interest of the membership and this association. So that's all I got to say.
Brian and Joel.
To piggyback on what Joel was saying earlier and what Sonia just said, we really, and part of the charge of this board is to really promote a healthy, stable community. We don't want to continue the revolving door of for sale signs and things of that nature that just creates this constant turnover and transfer and things of that nature of houses being sold and such. We want to create stability, and part of that stability is a policy where a homeowner at their most vulnerable time, as Joel was saying, isn't gouged by a transfer fee. So yeah, I feel like this is the right decision to rescind the transfer fee.
Joel?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on another thing. I believe Summer said it. She took issue with the whereas, where we noted that this has the potential to impair the marketability of real property. And so that's a possibility statement. And her response to that was to say, absolutely not, this doesn't impact. And that based on the fact that the market value has risen. But there's no correlation there. There's no, I just don't see it as a good argument, because you could say, using the same logic, that a lack of maintenance hasn't affected the market value.
There's no causation for sure.
Yeah, causation, sorry. Yeah, I just don't see the causation there. I think that's worth pointing out, I guess, that she didn't sell me my house and it affected me. So that's just one anecdote back at the statement that nobody was affected.
Any other discussion on that? All right, the motion on the table is for the board to approve the resolution to rescind policy number 2016-1, the capital reserve holding account buyer transfer fee.
Second.
Oh, we already seconded it, but I was just repeating the motion since we had some discussion. We'll call the question then. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. I'm going to make a second motion. I move that the board approve working with the accounting manager to develop and implement a refund program for the funds collected from property owners with the transfer fee to be executed in Q1 of 2022.
Second.
Any discussion around that? Kim?
I just wanted to say, I think it's, it's a good idea for the board to implement this policy. I think it's a fair thing to do for our community.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I think, it was inappropriate to put it in place in the first place. We've done our due diligence on why this needs to happen. And I agree. It's a fair thing to do for the community to implement this. We will need a little bit of time to put that program together, develop the forms that will need to be filled out by people to be able to, collect this. So we do ask for people to be a little bit patient on that. We would like to have a general manager in place to help us help Joel and the board execute this program. That's why we're shooting for Q1 of 2022. We're going to have to collaborate with Joel and our legal counsel as well to further execute such a program. We believe this is in the best interest of the membership. We will get some details put together and we'll start to promote or advertise this program over the next couple months, to make the membership aware of this so that they can prepare. They will have to put together documentation and stuff to prove that they paid the transfer fee themselves. And fill out our form and submit that to our accounting department, and we'll have to process those things and do all of that. So, we do ask for a little bit of patience in that regard and let us develop that program so we can efficiently execute such a thing. It's not going to happen overnight. So yeah. Anybody else? All right, so the motion on the table is I move that the board approve working with the accounting manager to develop and implement a refund program for the funds collected from property owners for the transfer fee to be executed in Q1 of 2022. Call the question on that. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. All right. Moving on, the last item on the agenda is to rescind policy number 2019-01. It is our roles and responsibilities of the Sergeant at Arms. I move that the board rescind policy number 2019-01.
Second.
So I'll just say in regards to this, it's not needed. Sergeant at Arms are for bodies much larger than this board. They're for bodies like Congress and things like that, where you got hundreds of people who all want to speak at the same time. We're a small board, per Robert's Rules of Order. It's really excessive to have someone monitor, every last little thing that happens in a board meeting. That's really the president's job to run and execute the meeting. And it's just, yeah, in my opinion, it's rather silly to think that with 11 people sitting here, we need 2 people dictating what people can and can't do in the board meeting. That's, there's really only the need for one person to kind of run the meeting. Brian, then Sonia.
I was just going to say the whole reason I ran for the board was to be the sergeant of arms. So you're really messing me up.
Well, I got stuck with a sergeant at arms last year at times, and it's
you did
weird
a good job too.
The president's responsible for running the meeting and, helping guide the board through the discussions and stuff. And then, it's really just a policy put in place to try to, just cut things off or whatever, Sonia?
That's exactly what I was going to say. It was a tool to silence members, and a lot of the new members maybe weren't around to endure that and be in an actual meeting where the board didn't let you talk, or they cut you off, and they certainly never responded during owner comments. So like I said, new members may not realize, it may not be perfect, but it's a much better way of having a association of neighbors. We are like Sam and Joel and everybody's commented, we're all in this together, and we are all neighbors, and we need to treat each other with respect. And that includes hearing different opinions and allowing that to happen. Now, sometimes it doesn't happen perfectly because this is still a meeting of the board and we have to conduct board business. So that's why owner comments happen at the beginning and they happen at the end. A lot of boards don't even allow owner comments, but we do everything we can to allow participation and encourage that. And but it's certainly not something where we should ever implement tools to silence community members because the board is not behaving the way the community members would like them to. We're the community's representatives. So I agree, it needs to go.
I would just like to add to, as someone who has gotten up in front of the board and spoken at the podium at the in-person meetings prior to COVID and last year when I was on the board, not in this role as president, there was always this little timer that got set on the table, change colors, and you sat there and you tried to talk and you tried to think about what you wanted to say and be diligent in what you're saying. And you're always looking at this little timer, waiting for it to turn yellow and then red, and then it beeps at you. And then they just tell you, you're done, we really have tried to implement, dialogue back and forth with community members, during these property owner comments this year. I realized there was a lot of comments at the beginning of this meeting, but the reality is, the topic, the hot topic in question tonight was not something we can just, have the discussion at the beginning of the meeting on the policy. The policy had to be discussed at the agenda item. We can't take action at the beginning of it, and that's just the reality of it. And we, with, answering a bunch of questions on the policy before, the board actually discusses it is challenging to do in an instance like this. Any further discussion?
Call it.
All right. Motion on the table is to rescind policy number 2019-01. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. All right, we will move on to property owner comments.
And we've still got 9 folks with us. So if anybody would like to jump in, just use the raise hand feature in Zoom and we'll bring you over for property owners' comments. And I've got Leslie here. we'll go ahead and bring her on over. You can go ahead and unmute at this point, Leslie.
You hear me now? Thank you. I did make some comments at the beginning, and I did ask a question, and one of the directors suggested that I wait and ask the question at the end until after the discussion had finished. And let me try again. So what does the board plan on for handling emergencies? Now, to me, snow removal and hazard trees are not emergencies. These are things that need to be taken account of in the regular operating budget. But, you know, real emergencies are going to run, $2, $3, $4 million. Did I understand that you will be taking out a loan to handle those sort of things?
Leslie, you know, again, you're just speculating about that. And the point being that, first of all, that's not what that fund was for. You helped create it. There was never discussion. The policy doesn't say anything about it was for emergencies. We do have emergency funds. We have emergency operations funds, and we have the UDR. But if you're talking about a catastrophic incident, there is no way that we wouldn't deplete our reserves in a situation like that. We would go to, depending on what it was, we would go to government resources. We would take out a loan. Hopefully, we wouldn't have to do a special assessment, but that's a possibility, just like a special assessment was done in the incident that Chris Weitzel mentioned in the 80s, where it wiped out bridges and the golf course, et cetera. You know, but those are like those 100-year type situations, you know, once every 50 years. You know, nobody's saying that won't happen, but that doesn't mean that we basically take members' funds inappropriately, which you did. That is, again, not what happened. You didn't say, hey, new members, when you come in, you have to pay into this emergency fund. What you said was, hey, new members, when you come in here, your investment into the community, that's literally what was said. Your investment into this community is going to go in this holding fund, and then it's going to be spent the way the board decides. We'll move it into SURF, we'll move it into roads, and we could spend it on operations. That's how it was written. Bridges and emergencies were not part of it, but it could be used like that, most definitely, since it's the decision of the board. But I'm just saying, Leslie, that a real emergency that's catastrophic, like you're talking about, would ultimately require a loan to cover or a special assessment. That is generally how that works. That's not part of the way you budget for reserves. Reserves are for repair and replacement of the components of this community. We can have the roads reserve. We could even create a reserve if we wanted to plan a new building, and you could say, we're going to do that. But that's still part of the planning process. And so you're talking about an emergency, and you can plan, and we, like I said, we're funded for an emergency. But literally, when you reference that, when you waived April's dues, that's half of the money that we're talking about in this transfer in the capital holding account. 1 month of dues, and you waived it. If you were concerned about that, what are we going to do? We need this $1 million for this emergency. Why did you waive 1 month of dues? And again, when you created that policy, the end of the year, if I recall correctly, the reserve account was going to end the year at a negative $37,000. We're not there. This is not 5 years ago. It's and we are. This is about creating stability and ensuring that boards budget properly for our operational expenses, our capital expenditures. There is a way to run a business. Does that answer your question?
I'd also like to point out, if you're so concerned about the financial stability and emergencies and stuff like that, then why did you participate in an email discussing the nuclear option of bankrupting this association so that you could rewrite the governing documents through the court?
I don't believe that I ever said it, that I agreed with it. If you'll check that email out, you'll see that. And I still believe that the people in this community were very much affected by COVID, by losing their jobs, by not finding ways to pay, you know, their mortgages and things like that. And I have no problem with giving them 1 month's forgiveness on their dues so that they could perhaps catch up on buying groceries.
But you fought when the board, when AJ and Steffi and Josh tried to put a spend and freeze in place during that same time, you fought that. You guys fought that for months. And you waived those dues on the front end of the COVID pandemic. You literally did it, and you did it without telling the board. The
board voted to
president. No, what you did is you did it and announced
You had
it
to
to the
ratify your
community.
decision, Leslie.
That's right.
Board ratified it, yes.
They ratified it. You enacted it and did it without
There's
telling
no
them.
choice. You announce it to the
Hey,
community
hey,
before you
Sergeant
even announce
Arms
it
here.
to us.
We kind of calm this down a little bit. We're getting a little bit of raised voices here, so.
Well, the point of it being, though, is that if it was a concern, then it would have been addressed all of these years, because Leslie's been on the board in some way, shape, or form since 2002, or participated in major ways in the community. And so a lot of the people that seem to be having a problem with starting to implement proper and best practices with your budget and planning processes, those people are part of the core group that helped create this problem that we're now trying to address right now. So I realize that it doesn't feel good to.
I'd like to know a little bit more about this problem that you're addressing, because it's not really clear to me.
Well, Leslie.
It's an inappropriate fee.
It's an inappropriate fee that should not have been implemented. It was to further that revitalization plan.
That was not the intention of it. That was never the intention.
It says it right there in the policy.
I know it does. And that's
So,
why I suggested
words matter.
If that's what your concern is, you can change the policy so that it does address emergencies instead of using that verbiage.
So I'm curious. So
It's an inappropriate fee, flat out.
Okay.
I guess I don't understand though, because you've been on this has been implemented for 5 years. And if you felt like it should have been an emergency fund, why in that 5 years wasn't it changed to that? It's just a policy. You had the ability to do it. You guys spent that money down on the first year, and then after that it was being held. It was being held for something. And now you're real concerned that we're going to return it back to the members. So I'm just curious why that is.
Do you know something that we don't know, Leslie?
About what?
I don't know.
Why are you worried? Why does this?
That's the question. About what?
Why does this account? You're trying to find a way for us to hold this account, and you want us to rename it just so we'll hold it. You want us to hold that money. You guys held that money for 4 years. You took the money from the community members and set it in a bank account. You only spent it down the first year, and after that, you didn't touch it. You set it in that account.
That is exactly my point. That it was not spent. I mean,
that's
it was
my point.
And if you don't believe that we need an emergency fund, that's your position.
We do have an emergency fund, Leslie. That's what I emphasized that already. We do. We have 2 emergency funds.
You have a UDR, which maybe it has $1 million in it. And then you've got operations emergencies. You have both the SERP and a road amount that you cannot spend below. So yes, there is for what would be considered, snow removal or tree hazard or something like that. But I'm talking about the big things that they will come down the road. And you do know that with climate change, that these things could accelerate.
You do realize that if let's say the county has a catastrophic flood, right?
Yeah.
And levees blow out all over the place along the Nooksack River. You do realize that they don't just have a fund in place to just build all those levees back, that they go to FEMA, that they go to other federal funding sources to rebuild those things. In no instance does any jurisdiction have just some catastrophic emergency fund, Leslie. That just doesn't exist anywhere except for maybe the federal government.
They have access to a lot of funds and grants that we do not, because we are not a government entity.
We have, well, you took out the PPP loan. So we obviously do have access to a lot more than people realize. FEMA also does pay into HOAs, contrary to that too. There are those types of things. If we have a flood here, FEMA will contribute towards that. Whatcom County will contribute towards that. And again, if we need it to, we deal with it just like it was dealt with in the past in the 1980s. You know, we've got a very strong board, finance committee, and the finance manager, the accounting manager. These are solid long-term plans to ensure the sustainability of the community. So we're not creating something to where we're going to run out of money. There is absolutely nothing that says that there is no forecast and no projection to even appear that we would need a special assessment within the next 5 years. And like I said, next year, we'll be able to project that out and forecast that out even further. But we're in a really good position right now. And I think our reserves are 33% funded right now, because that's based on, we actually took out all those made up buildings that got put in the reserve study that caused it to appear that we were underfunded.
And
so
I
as soon
agree.
as we took the $14 million in non-existent buildings.
I completely agree with that. I mean, that rebuilding of that building was never approved by the board, and it should not be in there. So what you should have in there instead is maintenance on the existing structure.
Exactly. So we're just trying to put the processes in place to ensure that the community is, that the operations are managed correctly. They're not dependent on politics. It won't matter who, these things that we're trying to implement, it won't matter who's on the board, because we want hopefully the same thing you want, which is what's best for the association and for the membership. And what's best is conservative, best practice budgeting and strategic planning, and sustainability and consistency. Our operations shouldn't be impacted by politics the same way that Whatcom County day-to-day operations isn't impacted by whoever's elected to the county council. You know, it may impact that jail or something major like that, but it's not going, our staff shouldn't have to worry if they're going to have a job next year, depending on who's on the board. Or if our community shouldn't have to worry if the pools are going to open or some amenity that currently exists is going to get shut down. All of that is dependent on us being consistent and budgeting consistently. And I think and conservatively, I think we're doing that really, really well. And I hope you support that. And again, but we, as AJ mentioned too, this wasn't a decision that we just pulled out of the air. This was in consultation with the attorney, and he fully supports what's happening right now.
Thank you very much. I do understand completely where this board is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh and then Linda.
Yeah, I just wanted to. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. I just wanted to respond to Leslie. Hi, Leslie. I hope you're doing well. You know, after this conversation, while it got a little heated and I can't really handle a lot of that, it's just too weird and awkward. But, you know, for the dawn of time, Sudden Valley has been this political nightmare of you know, it's just terrible. It's awful everywhere. But I think that conversation right there, just, you know, we had that whole let's work together thing that we saw everywhere. I think we should do some kind of round table in the future and actually everyone put their cards on the table and let's talk about this stuff. Or, you know, it's just going to keep happening. But like, I wanted to, you know, make a point about the change in the name of you can't really just do that. I mean, that's just changing it to fit the political agenda at the time, you know? What do we change the name on something and then the next board comes in and changes it to something else? But, you know, we got to be able to talk about these things and, or else it's just going to keep going on and on and on. And, you know, I don't want that. I hope we can all have a big group hug eventually here and move past some of this stuff. So thanks.
Linda, did you want to say something or?
Well, one of the things when we talk about catastrophic emergencies, the only one I know about that I've read about and done a lot of study about is when we had the flood back in 83 and 84. The association took out a small business loan because there was no way we had enough money to pay for that. And then under a special assessment, we paid off that loan that we took out, and people paid it for, I think it was maybe a year or 2 years, but I think it was back in that time, I think it was for like $600,000. And so it has been a past practice of the association when dealing with something catastrophic to have a special assessment, take out the loan, and get the work done.
All right. Anybody else in our attendees want to jump in for property owners' comments? Just raise hand and we'll bring you over.
I think the length of this meeting is catastrophic.
Oh, I do too.
Yes, thank you, John and Joel, for suffering through with us.
No problem.
This is
And
like
Brandon.
learning time for Joel right now.
All right. Seeing none, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:33.
Do it, Andy.
I'm done.
All right.
All right. All those in favor?